Hello, everybody. Welcome to Late Night Live number 128. 128. Whew. Long time no see. We didn't have a Late Night Live last week, so it's nice to see everybody here. Name of the game today. We are diving in deep with some of these signatures from F.B.Courtney. Hello, Ogaswinny. What up, Deep T? Hello, Annie. So this was posted on our Discord on the Creatrium by Annie, who, for those of you who don't know, I have a Discord. It is a server. It's called the Creatrium. It is a community of pen people, writing, practicing, talking. And for the past couple weeks, a bunch of people have been getting together on early Sunday morning, my time, there's a video room in there, and they've been just joining and chatting and practicing together. I haven't been able to join because I teach tap classes on Sunday, but I'm super excited that people are joining and chatting in there. And apparently in the last one, Annie brought this to the mix and was talking about these alphabets, or this alphabet, these capitals. And when she posted it, I decided I wanted to take a swing. So, intimidating? Yes, a little bit, but I feel like I haven't done anything super loopy or super complicated in a while. Could be a little rusty when it comes to the loopy and complicated stuff, but we'll find out. What's going on, Skeet? Yeah, we're gonna have some fun. I think I can tell my biggest issue with most all of these letters is going to be these shades that if we have these horizontal ovals, we have shades on the lower right corner and upper left corner. And on a lot of them, like the eye is a perfect example. Instead of these shades being like on the bottom, they are off in this lower right corner. And the upper left corner, I feel like is going to be even weirder for me. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Could be an epic fail, but no such thing as fail, because we're going to have some fun slinging ink and doing some fun twisties and spirals. I think my ink mix is decent, but my ink might be a little on the watered down side, so I might have to thicken it up here in a little bit. We will see. What's going on, Jay? How you doing? Did I say hi to everybody? Ogaswinny, Deep T, Annie's here, Skeet's here. I said hi to Skeet. I said hi to Jay. Got everybody. Right on. So far, anyways. There's more people than are chatting, so if you're lurking, that's okay. Lurking is allowed. But if you want to say hi in the chat, you are more than welcome to join in and chat with us as well. No pressure. You don't have to. All right. What's going on, Brian? Brian lurking. Nice. Hey, we got a solid community of lurkers here. Lurkers in the Creatrium, lurkers in the Late Night Live. That's okay. We embrace a lurker here. That's allowed. I like when lurkers chat, but nothing wrong with lurking. One of my best friends in high school, actually, his internet handle for the early days of the internet for us was me_lurks. That was his handle. All right, we'll see. I think my ink might be a little on the thin side. Maybe that'll be okay. I can thicken it up later if I have to. Ah, nice. We have starting a fresh, brand new Hunt 101 today. It's our flavor of the day. So we may not get... Oh, the hairlines are actually pretty good. I was going to say, we might not get the best hairlines, but it will at least be visible on camera. But they're not too shabby. My stock of Hunt 101s is unfortunately dwindling. I I have to dive back in, or I have to accumulate some more. 2 weeks. So of them all, I'm gonna ask you then, Annie, of all of these ones, do you have a favorite? Do you have a least favorite? I am curious. I know on the Discord, Lewis was saying that he quite liked the Q, which I feel like I will as well because it's quite close to my own Q. Your favorite is the O. Oh, loopy. All right. That one's gonna be a challenge. But I do like that the second stroke is a hairline. I feel like that'll make me, starting with the shade, I feel like it's easier than the standard O that I do is the first oval being a hairline. Whoa. And then shading after that. I feel like getting into starting with the shade makes things a little easier. But adding that second shade's gonna be interesting. I gotta keep warming up. Today has been a day of errands and running around and driving cars to mechanic places, to the mechanics, to the, I guess, the auto shop. Buying paint for the wall behind me. You know, everybody's like, yeah, Mike, you keep talking about this wall behind you. We'll believe it when we see it. But I think today was should be my last trip, or should have been my last trip for supplies to Home Depot, and we should be good to continue. So long as I get some slightly less rainy days to do some of the stuff I need to do outside for it. We can knock some of it off before the Christmas holidays. All that to say, my muscles feel excited and tense today. So we'll see. We gotta try to relax and warm up as we go through tonight's session. The holiday season never quite affords me the hours of practice that I would like to be putting in. Just means I gotta play catch up in the new year, I guess. The Q, I mean, it's the G variation of the Q, which is my favorite variation of the Q. So I feel like I'm pretty sure I will like the Q. I'd end up doing my capitals a little bit bigger than what I have printed on this page. We'll see how I'm feeling, but happy holidays to you as well, Marilyn, and to everybody. This is today, changed up the music, new playlist today. I don't know if we used this playlist last year during Christmas time, but this is by the same music makers of the normal playlist I use, but it's Christmas music. It's not going to be any of the Christmas carols that we are familiar with because of copyright and whatnot, but it is a Christmas-themed station, so all of this music today is a mystery to me. We'll see. Fingers crossed it's good. Hopefully it is. Excited. Also today when I was at Home Depot, I got a couple things for my camera mounting unit that's attached to my desk here. When the new setup is done, this unit will no longer be attached to my desk. It'll be attached to a small, a little mini desk that sits in front of my desk. But I got attached what will extend from it. There'll be an extra pole on this side. So I'm hoping I can get better shots from the with the camera like right here. Whereas right now, I mean, I can set up a tripod, it just takes a lot of space. But none of my arms can reach, not my arms, my camera arms can't reach from my stand all the way out here to me. So I'm hoping with this new addition, I haven't put it together yet, but with the new pieces, yeah, like I could use a C-stand and whatnot, but I like having this open area beside me, so everything sort of branches off of this. I have a frame that's attached to my desk, and now I have, it's just an arm basically that extends. I saw an advertisement like last week for Newer has a whole setup that attaches to your desk, and it looks shockingly, like surprisingly very much like my setup, except my setup is plumbing pipe and pipe clamps and whatnot, because when I was building it, I didn't find anything on the internet that looked like what I wanted, so I built it myself. But now there's apparently things that you can buy that are pre-made, that are essentially the same thing. This one's really sturdy though. I don't know if I assume it would be sturdy, the ones that you can buy as well. But yeah, excited to install the arm. I might tomorrow, if I have some time, see if I can get that in and test it out so I can start recording some things from a nicer angle without having to have a tripod over here. The goal is for 2024 to be my return to social media. We're gonna call that the tentative goal. I have been somewhat elusive. I've been elusive? I don't know if that's the right word. I haven't been terribly active as of late. I'm hoping in the new year to dive back in. Good evening, Peter. How you doing? Well, actually, question for you, Peter, because I know you have kids. I'm just curious. Are you an Elf on the Shelf family or not an Elf on the Shelf family? I know some people love it, some people use it, some people are against it or used to use it and don't anymore, or kids are too young. I apologize, Peter. I can't remember how old your kids are. You don't have to divulge that information on YouTube if you don't want to. But I'm curious if you're an Elf on the Shelf family or not. A lot of these capitals that we're going to be doing today require a lot of freedom of movement, so I'm just writing some strokes that are comfortable, very comfortable to me, so that they will get my movement in check. That's a valid reasoning, I think. Peter, that makes sense. I think the only reason, if I was a parent and had kids, I think the only reason I would sometimes want to do it would be to come up with like the clever little ideas here and there, but I'm assuming that would potentially get tired quickly, but a good exercise in creativity, I guess. Oh, to come up with something brand new every day. Whoa. That's no good. To teach your kid responsibility. I mean, you could, there's a way I guess you could swing it to do that. I mean, technically the elf can do anything. I know it's, what is the story? I guess it's that the elf is watching out to make sure kids are being good or something like that. Yo, what's going on, Walker? Long time no see. Dang. Finish this line and then we'll dive into the A. Of Mr. C.P. Zane, not C.P. Zahner, sorry. F.B.Courtney. I am tentatively worried about the shade placement of some of these capitals. So here we go. This is what we're working with. For anybody who doesn't know, these are the series of capitals that we're going to be trying to execute today to the best of our ability by the one and only F.B.Courtney, the Pen Wizard, as he was known by some people. So weird shading the downstroke of the A, because you get these two shades that are both on the same sort of similar angles-ish, and then you have this one that's so totally different that makes my brain go, no! But we're gonna give it a shot. If anybody wants to see these capitals, they're on the rare book section of Iampath's website, I believe, but also Annie posted them on the Creatrium in the Ornamental Penmanship chat channel, if you want to check them out. I mean, my favorite letter that when I look at it, I mean, I think this capital I is absolutely gorgeous. The U has so much character. That one right there. Placing the shades on the lower left, upper left and lower right is gonna be weird for me. I can tell that already. Yeah, anyways, let's dive in. I could just sit here and stare at them for a while. But like I said, I haven't done any like super free movement, complicated capitals and whatnot in a while. It's been a while since Sig Slingin' Sunday, and I've been just practicing more simple stuff, trying to clean it up. Where is it on the website? That is a good question. Annie, can you answer that question? I actually don't know. I just pulled it off of Discord real quick, and I don't want to misinform. It's from one of the... It's not... I don't believe it would be in one of the scrapbooks, because it's from either the Business Educator or the American Penman. It looks like the Business Educator, in which case it would also be in my every full alphabet from the Business Educator PDF, but I don't remember if it's specifically in there, so I don't want to say it's in there. But if Annie is still here, I believe she is, she can answer specifically where it is. I should know, but I don't remember. Surprise, surprise. So where are we going here? Just A with a loop on the end, and then transitioning into horizontal. Placing the shade right here. Here. Okay. It is in one of the scrapbooks. Interesting. So it must have been a clipping from one of the scrapbooks then. Because it's not an original ink on paper. Forgot to shade the top. Gotta make this a little pointier down there as well. That's what I do too. I make folders of specific images so I don't remember where things originally came from. This out. Don't have to go quite so far below the baseline. And then we gotta add that shade up there. I forgot again. Okay. And in hindsight, I'm actually gonna keep it on the smallish side, so I don't run out of movement on that big oval around the whole thing. Ran out of ink, but that's the idea. A is longer than this top oval. It has to cut sooner. This is the farthest thing, then this, then this. Okay. Yes, Peter, this is still the Reflections paper. This is the... Where is it here? Yeah. This is the paper I'm using again today. The Reflections 24 pound, 90 GM squared, 8.5 by 11. They sell it in 120 packs. And then, yeah, I just printed. It prints really easily, just on my regular printer. Printed my standard dot guides on it to have something to follow. It's good to have references printed. I remember Mohamed was big for that. He always had on his wall in front of him all his most inspiring pieces he found most inspiring printed, which is a great idea. I used to be big for printing a lot of the books. I have on my bookshelf like coil Staples versions of every of the smaller books, but all of them, just so I could really quickly reference them without damaging the spines on the originals that I have. Oh, this one's a Christmas Carol. I recognize this one. Disappointing, because the shape of the whole thing is pretty good. Now, why did it do that? Ink or nib? What caused that? Let's try again. A little too far that way, but all told, I'm not too unhappy with that. again, too far this way, but that's okay. And this shade needs to be bigger. Okay. That top shade, man. That top shade. That is not a place I've ever intentionally placed a shade before. Feels very weird. It's like there's the second stroke of a capital E right in the middle of my flourish, which is bizarre. Very round, bubbly at that top. Good in the beginning. Panicked for some reason. Sort of the idea, kind of a fat A. A little round. It just had a few too many Christmas cookies, maybe. That's better. Shade on top is still small, but not mad at it. Favorite Christmas dessert? So, in our family, there are these things called scuffs. They're essentially like a cinnamon dough mini croissant roll that my mom makes. Those are probably my favorite, I think. Christmas treat. Bigger shade on the top. Slow down a little bit. I wish I could have this shade on this A. But that's okay. How about you, Peter? How about everybody else? You guys have favorite holiday desserts? Christmas desserts? Form is coming along. Pumpkin cheesecake sounds delicious. Pumpkin pie is one of my favorite treats and desserts, but that's not really a Christmas dessert. That's a fall dessert, I guess. But it's one of my favorite desserts. Peppermint. Yum yum. I'm trying to think of other Christmas treats that I really like. I mean, they're all good. I'm not very picky when it comes to treats. Oh, ran out of ink at the very end. Also, mandarin oranges. I'm a huge mandarin orange person during Christmas time. The little ones, easy to peel, love them. Could eat many, many of them. Slow down at the top. Other than that, we're good. Do one more A and then we'll move on to B. Little quicker. Let's get some movement in here. Not too bad. There's the A. All right. Moving on to B. Gonna on here. Big shade, long shade on the B. Ending on the baseline to come up and around. Big angled shade there. To then do those two little loops. Whoa! It's also weird. I've never ended the B there. It's a weird place to end a flourish. I guess you can't go all the way there because it would naturally get in the way of this one unless you went super big. So it just ends up. That's bizarre. It feels like a half-finished flourish, but makes sense, I guess. That sounds very yummy, Marilyn. Okay, healthy doesn't count. Noted. Ooh, I think cheesecake instead of birthday cake is a good... I think that's good. I was jealous. My nephew just had a birthday not long ago, and they had an ice cream cake. We video chatted, and they had their ice cream cake, and I was jealous. I mean, I could have gone and got one, but I did not. Hello, Gagneet. Welcome, welcome. Okay, B. Where are we going here? Entry oval. Then we're coming down. It's going to be weird to me not dropping this below the baseline, but I'm going to drop it to the baseline. Then I got to go up and around, but not too high. Up and around. Give her there. Okay. Sure, my forearm's in the right spot. I don't run out of movement on these ones. You can see this getting too close, but I think that's okay. I haven't had an ice cream cake and I can't remember the last time. Cake in general, I can't remember the last time I had cake. I did have a donut today, which is unlike me. I don't buy things like that very often, but I had a donut today, and that's basically cake, I guess. Okay. So, I have this whole thing is like an implied angled oval. And on the original, it's still angled. It's not quite horizontal, but it's more so like here, I guess. So I gotta try to flatten that just a little bit. Oh, I miss Krispy Kreme. You would assume it was filled with a bowl. It would be filled with jelly, so it could be jolly and pump like a bowl full of jelly. That's not the right order of those words, but I know what you're saying there. He was chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him in spite of myself. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm supposed to know this. Is there something that comes before that? There's something that comes before that. Down the chimney, St. Nicholas came with a bound. He was dressed all in fur. Yeah, that part. He was dressed all in fur from his head to his foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot. No, that's later. How does it start? Nobody Google it, that's cheating. And down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound. He was dressed all in fur from his head to his foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot. The bundle of toys he held flung on his back, and he looked like a peddler just opening his pack. His eyes how they twinkled, his dimples how merry, his cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry. His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow, and the beard on his skin was as white as the snow. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work, filled all the stockings, then turned with a jerk. And laying a finger aside of his nose and giving a nod, up the chimney he rose. Nope, I fully missed the bowl like a bowl full of jelly line. This is one thing in the I've recited The Night Before Christmas so many times, and I always get the order of his stuff. Yeah, I forgot a line. The stump of a pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke it encircled his head like a wreath. That line. Typical Mary, his cheeks like roses, nose like a cherry, his droll little mouth drawn up like a bow. Why can't I can't even remember the bowl like a jelly line. Somebody type it, I can't remember the line. I forgot 2 lines in there. Down the chimney, sorry, we got derailed here from writing. I gotta figure this out now, but I don't want to cheat. I don't want to Google it. I gotta figure it out. Down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound. He was dressed all in fur from his clothes to his foot. His clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot. A bundle of toys he held flung on his back. He looked like a peddler just opening his pack. His eyes how they twinkled, his dimples how merry, his cheeks were like roses, his nose looked like a cherry. His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow, and the beard on his skin was as white as the snow. The stump of a pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke had encircled his head like a wreath. He was chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him in spite of myself. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work, filled all the stockings, and turned with a jerk, laying his finger aside of his nose, and giving a nod up a chimney he rose. No, I forgot the line again. What's the bowl full of jelly line? Well, his cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry. That's when he talks about cheeks. Like a bowl full of wow, I'm fully drawing a complete blank. They don't say cheeks again, do they? Because they already say cheeks. He shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly. His eyes how they twinkled, his dimples how merry. His cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry. Thanks a lot, Annie. Sorry that I completely got derailed. The viewer count has gone down. People are like, okay, forget this guy. He's not even writing. He's just failing at reciting The Night Before Christmas. What the heck, though? I cannot think of the words. And I know I'm asking you guys to tell me, but that's essentially cheating. It should come to me. Ooh, I'm going way too far out on the second loop of that B. Gotta get more of that action. Like that. That's how we want to finish it. The smoke had encircled his head like a wreath. He had a broad face. Ah! Yes, it's his broad face, not the cheeks. He had a broad face and a little round belly that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly. Bah! Okay, so it came after, before he was chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him in spite of myself. Okay. So what's the whole thing then? Down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound. He was chubby and plump. Nope. Down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound. Oh! Fuzzy Bunny! What up, Ava? I don't know if you're here, Ava, but if you're here, welcome to the YouTube channel. We haven't seen the Dizzy Bunny in a while. Dizzy Bunny, Dizzy Bunny, Dizzy Bunny! Oh, that's Ava chatting. Sorry, I didn't see your message. Why have you only found out about the stream now? I don't know. We've been doing it every Tuesday night for the past... over a year. I need like a confetti cannon. I don't want to use a confetti cannon because it'd be dirty. I need like a... It'd be fun to have a confetti cannon. Maybe on one of our milestone streams, we'll do a confetti cannon for something. Yes, I apologize to everybody who's here for penmanship. Why would you come to this stream for penmanship when I'm trying to figure out how to recite the night before Christmas? Well, the algorithm got you here eventually, Ava. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. Are you a penman? Do you write, Ava? Are you a calligrapher? Or a penman? Or were you just scrolling down through the world of YouTube and you stumbled upon us here? 10,000 follower confetti cannon. Oof. That's a lot of followers away, Marilyn. I'm gonna have to be a lot more active on YouTube if I'm gonna get that many followers. Ooh, you're an engraver! That's dope. What is your material of choice? Gold, silver, brass, bronze? What do you prefer? Steel? Or do you use are you a push graver? A push engraver? Or a pneumatic? Or rotary? I have all the questions. I have a lot of energy tonight, apparently. You like it hard? Nice. Cool. So then, if that's the case, then I'm assuming you use a pneumatic engraver. In which case, are you a rotary? Okay, got you. Right on. Fun. Well, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the YouTube. Did I forget to shade the bottom? I sure did. So foreign and weird to me to shade over there. Down the chimney, St. Nicholas came with a bound. He was dressed all in fur from his head to his foot. His clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot. A bundle of toys he held flung on his back. He looked like a peddler just opening his pack. His eyes, how they twinkled, his dimples, how merry. His cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry. His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow, and the beard on his chin was as white as the snow. A stump of a pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke it encircled his head like a wreath. He had a broad face and a little round belly that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly. He was chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him in spite of myself. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work, filled all the stockings, then turned with a jerk, and laying his finger aside of his nose, and giving a nod, up the chimney he rose. Away to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle. But I heard him exclaim ere he rode out of sight, "Happy Christmas to all, and to all, a good night." Boom! I don't believe I missed anything, and I'm pretty sure that's the right order. Fingers crossed. If it's not, don't tell me. Let me live thinking I got it right. Whoa, I got a little out of hand there. Annie, am I knuckles up while doing ornamental penmanship? So, yes and no. Yes is the goal. Yes is how I train. But I will admit that as of late, I have got a little lazy. So my finger, I'm never fully to the side like this, ever. Just because for ornamental penmanship, you can see the angle that it puts my nib at. It feels wrong. So I'm up like this, but my hand does sort of like fully knuckles up would be here. And if I'm being honest, I'm kind of here. I'm at like 1 or 2 o'clock. Probably 1 o'clock is sort of where I live instead of right at 12 o'clock. I'm a little off to the side. I would like to be at 12 o'clock, but I get lazy with it sometimes. And when I'm not consciously thinking about it, it tends to shift over to the side. And that's not what I would recommend. I think being up closer to the top, or wherever's comfortable, really, that's not impeding movement. But I'm never fully to the side. Whoa! You're in the Philippines, Lurker James. You're sweaty, and you have no internet, and vegan food is I can imagine. Well, thanks for popping in and saying hi, James. That's stoked. That's stoked. That makes me stoked. That's awesome. I also didn't know you were in the Philippines. How long are you there for? You say you can't load the video, so I don't know if you can even hear me. Hello, Verb. Wow, long time no see. It's a fun chat today. Okay, let's smooth that out a little bit. Ava, I think for engraving, I don't think the same sort of rules that I would give to somebody for doing penmanship grip necessarily apply. Because the one thing, like with if you're using a rotary engraver, there's different angles that you have to be conscious of versus it's not so much about having the angles for the tines to split of your nib. It's more so to make sure your burr is hitting at the optimum angle. Or if you go to the side, so you're always getting a consistent, I guess, line, so your line thickness doesn't vary when you don't want it to. But that's an interesting thought. Yeah, like I know, like I have a rotary engraver that is just a straight, but I also have a rotary engraver that's set up on a 45-degree angle dental drill, which I love because I don't engrave with it very often, but I like it because I can hold it like a regular pen, but the tip is at a 45-degree angle, so I can get a vertical. I like engraving somewhat, not fully vertical, but a little more vertically when I'm doing things. So I can get that vertical angle without having to hold the pen more vertical. But that's not really a fully experimented thing. I don't use it very often. But yeah, I don't think the two sort of apply. If you're holding your pen the way you hold your engraver when you're practicing writing on paper, that could be, there could be a weird sort of disconnect there. It's like similar to tattooing. When calligraphers learn to tattoo, it can be kind of weird because they have to learn to write the letters completely different. They gotta hold the tool completely different, and they can't fall into their habits of how we create letters. You have to create the letter a different way. Sometimes like different stroke angles and different stroke directions and things like that than you would when you're writing. Speaking of tattooing, actually, I have this right here. It's almost dry. So this is one of the grapefruits that I tattooed this last time that I was in Berlin, and it's almost dry. You can hear it. It's just air in there now. All the liquid has dried or has gone out of it, so I'm just now waiting for it to It shouldn't mold because it's mostly just air, but it should dry. Now, fingers crossed. It's squishy. I mean, it's weird. It literally feels just like a ball of air. Like you can hear it. It just feels like it's full of air. It's not like gross squishy. It feels like a toy ball. That's just like a squeaky toy, basically. Which my other grapefruits didn't do that. I don't know specifically why this one did. I squeezed a lot of juice out of it when I got home. I poked a hole in the bottom and squeezed it very slowly. And it's just sort of air inside now. Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't expect it to feel like a like a toy squishy ball. Or like a toy air-filled ball. But the other day I went to grab it just to see if it was hardening yet, and it felt like a hollow ball, which was interesting. But yeah, it's not a gross squishy. There's no wetness in the inside anymore. At least it feels like there's no wetness. Since the Philly 2018 pen show. So long ago. Oh yeah, I remember writing your name that one. I'm excited. January 10th, I catch a flight to the Philly Pen Show this year. I'm stoked. I love me some Philly Pen Show. So I think, oh, I forgot to shade here, but also. The LA Pen Show is awesome. So the LA Pen Show, because there's the LA International Pen Show, which I don't know if it's happening anymore. There's a new show in LA. I can't remember what it's called. It's put on by a guy named Mario, and it's apparently good. Last year was its first year. I will talk to Mario about it at the Philly Pen Show. But LA Pen Show was my pen show when I lived in Los Angeles. But now that I live in Vancouver, there's no pen show here. So the only pen show I go to is Philadelphia. And only because a good friend of mine runs it. So I go and help him run it, and I teach classes and things at it. But I haven't, aside from that, I haven't been to other pen shows in such a long time. I'd like to go to the LA one again, but the timing just doesn't really work for my schedule usually anymore. Because it's not just a drive away from home like it used to be. That's the idea. Okay, what do I gotta change? My entry oval is too high. Okay, that's an easy fix. And he does have a slight accent shade on this first little loop, so maybe we'll add one of those. Oh, it's called the Old LA Pen Show? Where's the new one? Is it the same place? Or close? I would guess not if you say it's hard to get to. Whoops. Oh, got you. Peter, have you ever been to a pen show before? If not, I highly, highly recommend it. They are very fun, and the community is pretty cool. Oh, nice. Well, that's convenient. You have friends who can be gateway friends. It's always good to have a gateway friend. I remember my first year at the LA Pen Show, I just went and wandered around. And I stopped a guy who I had no idea who he was. There's just a bunch of people walking around. And I said, "Excuse me, sir, excuse me. I've never done this before," meaning I've never been to a pen show before. What do I do? Where do I go? Help. And he helped me out. He happened to be somebody who had a podcast and knew a bunch of people. So he took me around, introduced me to a lot of people, and I just kind of hung out with him for that week, and now for years since then. He's been a very good friend of mine. And it never would have happened if he hadn't been the one person that was walking by when I decided to ask for help. Yeah, there's a lot of vintage traders at the LA show for sure. It's where I learned a lot about like restoration and stuff, was from people there. Yeah, it's a great community. It's good, and for me, getting to know everybody, like my favorite times at the LA Pen Show, after I had gone for a couple years and had, or like a year or two, and had some, what I would consider good friends there, it was the, like, evenings. Similar, exactly the same for anybody who knows me at Iampith. Iampith, for me, is all about Iampith After Dark, hanging out after the whole classes and show and everything. Hanging out, drinking some wine, or just chilling. You don't have to drink, but just relaxing and just chatting and hanging out with people afterwards. That's my favorite thing. That's what we used to do at the pen show as well. So that's kind of what it's all about for me. I'm all about that social aspect of things. That's not a bad B. Happy with that. You gotta be really careful with this one. I'm gonna try to drop this shade a little bit lower, because if I had lowercase letters, I'd have to be very careful of them falling where that shade is. Oh, that's great, Marilyn. That's fun. I feel like it's a better experience if you have a room. It's less back and forthing. I mean, yeah, I got a room there for a number of years instead of traveling back. I traveled some years as well, but the years I worked at Universal Studios, I had to travel because I had to work in some of the days. Said I was going to drop that shade lower, and I definitely didn't. I did almost the exact same letter. Let's drop that shade a little bit lower. There we go. So now it sort of sits a little bit more below the baseline. It's not quite as big as I would like it in that one, but now it doesn't affect what the lowercase would be quite as much. Finish this line, then we'll move on to the C. On a good 405 day. Is there such thing as a good 405 day? I don't know if that's a thing. Whoa, let's pretend I didn't do that one. Let's pretend that these three were where I stopped. That one I'm quite happy with. Give it a happy face for fun. Yeah, true, if you go in the middle of the night, or early morning, then you'll have a good LAX day. Alright, what do we got for C here? C should be pretty self-explanatory. We got to do that same quick cutoff like we did on the A for the ending. Slightly different angles, which is weird. I don't know if that's intentional, but I mean, this is sort of a horizontal oval here versus the super angled oval here. So yeah, maybe I guess slightly, that's why there's slightly different angles. Or that's just how we wrote it, because on the D, wow, this one's bigger. So it allows you to create something that's more similar to this one. Yeah. Overanalyzing. Just gonna do it and see how it works. Don't overthink it. Just enjoy it. Capital C, I mean, yeah, it feels... There's nothing crazy about the capital C, really, that makes it stand out as being difficult, really. Just a matter of getting those shades nice and big. Now, what I can focus on, though, is... Yeah, on this side, it is much more lower on the bottom. So we cut off that upper right corner. So this oval here is a little more horizontal, then it transitions to tuck in at the end. That's what we want. I think that's valid, Peter. And they might. It's possible. I forgot what I was doing. Maybe it's got that weird pointiness over on that side. I wouldn't call that a wonky oval. Are you saying the bottom, the bottom of mine was wonky? Are you saying down here? That's just a transition from this angled implied oval into a horizontal, sort of horizontal oval. It's not fully horizontal, it would be a little lower down here. Let's keep going. Probably won't spend as much time on the C as I did the A and the B. I'm never gonna get through this whole alphabet. Holy moly. It's already 10. And I forgot about my T. 100%. Oops. Yeah, it is a little egg-shaped. That is true, because of the transition from that oval into that shade. Makes it thicker on the left, which, yes, gives a little bit of that egg vibes. Trying to going a little too small, but skip a few spaces so I don't go over those B's because I like them. Too blunt on that end, but yeah, the transition. Gotta get that type of a shape going. A little bit more. It's interesting because when you do like a standard C, the way I would end this in just like an exit oval, you come way over here and then you transition horizontal. But to do the large horizontal, I can't let myself go back down this far, I guess, or I have to like cut sort of here so that it stays rounded-ish or egg-shaped-ish. Out of control. This angle. Flatten it out, please. It's more the idea down here. That's what we want. A little pointy on that shade, but it's okay. Step in the right direction. If I just remember to flatten out that oval. I find a lot of those types of transitions, when I think about that transition, is the important part. Lost it on that ankle. Bottom of the page. Why am I going so... This transition is good now. Now it's this one. Okay. Too slow. No fluidity. Fluid movement is the most important part. A little better. That top shape is very weird. I feel like it's in a place that I've tried very hard to not put shades in the past. Sort of. Almost horizontal, but not at the apex or not at the long axis of that top oval. Very small shades, but that's sort of the idea. If you get upset, that's usually the right answer in general, I would say. Take a step away, have some tea, breathe. Yeah, something weird is going into that shade. A couple more of those, I think. Because we're not quite there yet. That's the idea. A little blunt on top. A little better. Closer to what they have going on a little bit. Didn't drop quite far enough below the baseline, but that's the idea. That's the one we want. Yeah. It's like target practice. You just keep going and eventually you'll get closer to the target. Oh, forgot. And before every letter I have to go through a checklist. Now, don't forget this, and this. Otherwise it all goes out the window. That one, a little oval that it started with, isn't the best. The only real sort of, not even an issue, but the main issue I have with sort of the grid system when it comes to something like ornamental penmanship, it's too fast to have the constraints, because then in order to hit the constraints, I'm consciously trying to hit them, which forces me to slow down, which takes away my fluidity. Which is no good. See, that one would have been, that had a good flow, but didn't quite get it flat enough angled. Ooh, Gothic textura. That's awesome, Peter. I think that worked. I mean, that makes for great practice. And your colleagues would love it, I imagine. At least I would, if I were them. That's not the one. Not a bad note to end on. Yeah, I like that one. I think that one's probably my favorite of all of them. It's the one that gets the happy face today. It's a weird happy face, but it works. T, because I forgot. Oh, that's amazing, Peter. I mean, yeah, you get something like that. That's a memento. You keep things like that. That makes sense. I guess some people do. For a time, anyways. It makes a memorable impact. All right, onwards. Capital D, my nemesis. Standard entry. Ooh, shaded slight compound curve? That's strange. Not something I've ever done before, or usually try not to do. Okay. Oh, relatively very angled little loop here, so that works in my favor, because that's what I do naturally. Abrupt compound curve, shade, and then come around to get the same exit that we had on the C and the A. But it drops lower than the C and the A so that it can be threaded by the bottom of the D. Okay. As far as making sense, easy to understand. But it is a capital D, so I don't know how good the execution's gonna be. We'll see. We'll see. First, relatively short entry oval. I have a tendency of making my entry ovals quite tall or large sometimes. To remember to shade that a little bit. I don't know if I like that, but we're not doing what I like today. We're doing what he did. And we have our shade that goes. Ha! Oh no, this has to go around through there, right? Well, that should actually be easier. Feels a little more natural. Just gotta remember to add that shade as I come around without letting the shade stress out the line so I don't ruin the shape. Okay. Okay. Yes, totally my favorite letter. Me and the majuscule D are best of friends. Maybe one day. Not likely. Okay, I was right. That feels natural. I just got to put a bigger shade on it and come out of this portion with a bit more speed. And ideally drop it a little bit lower so that this line and this line aren't too close together. They're pretty close together on his. I just want to make sure they don't get too close together. We want them to be friends, just not that good of friends. I like the music vibe tonight. Doesn't all feel like Christmas music, but it's different. I like it. It's a little more upbeat than our standard lo-fi chill playlist. I might have to start hunting for some other playlists to do. Change it up from time to time. It's the idea, not the smoothest up here. Which is weird. I had the right trajectory, but when I started doing the shade, I skidded over to the left a bit too much. A bit too much. But that's alright. Not an insurmountable mountain. That has to go much lower. the right shape, I just forgot to shade. Which is quite a bummer. We're going in the right direction there. Sort of the idea. I need to get my stem a little closer, but that's the idea. My shades are tiny too, but not too worried about that today. I think I can bring my entry oval a little bit taller, a little bit higher. Wonky ovals, but that's the idea. Ooh, that one turned out good. I had some weird slowdowns in that one. Went to the right a little bit too soon coming out of that, but that's the best shade here so far. By far. Not too close. Pretty little close in there, but not too close, I guess. When I look at this, it makes me think there's too much space here, but that's how much space he has, so I guess that's what we're going for. Aesthetically, I have to turn off my own filters a little bit, which is okay. That's good to do from time to time. Stops things from getting too habitual, which, as you all know, I'm not a fan of. Slow down on the large one. Hello, Fozzie. You did indeed make it to something. How are you? Is there anything in your home that has not been engraved yet? I feel like everything within reach of your desk must be foiled or engraved these days. You remind me of me a little bit. That one's pretty smooth, that one. Added that. A few more capital D's, then we will move on. Basically, yes. That's the name of today's stream. 20 capital D's and ways to hate them. No, we're recreating some of Courtney's letters, and you just happened to come right when we were almost wrapping up the capital D. Then we'll move on to this E, and I'll be honest, the E is a little intimidating. The E, I haven't fully looked at it fully, but at a quick glance, it scares me a little bit. These ones actually aren't too bad. What do you mean these aren't for you? Aren't you one of the ones you love Twisterville? Isn't this is almost Twisterville? That was a good one. Smaller than the rest. I like when I can execute them on a smaller size. That makes me feel good. so not too bad. Not perfect, but not too bad. Let's try to do, I'm gonna do 2 more. I'm gonna try to make my shades a bit heavier. I'm gonna push it a little bit more. Maybe. See how it goes. Yep. Didn't have enough push. Didn't have enough movement to give myself that much shade. I gotta go a bit quicker. More fluidity if I'm gonna press that hard. We can do it. Too close. This is true. So you're saying these ones spin all around. That makes sense. Okay, we're gonna move on from the capital D because we got some decent ones in there. And last week we spent the entire day doing capital D, so we don't gotta focus. We won't do another D stream. Okay. Ooh, so this is my favorite way of starting a capital E. A lot of times we start capital E's with a little loop like this C, which totally works and is okay, but I prefer, personally, starting them just on a hairline and then going back and adding. I usually add a dagger, but here they have like a little curved comma, which I like. Okay, so we gotta go from angled, almost round here, into horizontal, into, I guess it ends up making sort of an angle, but it's kind of going into a, it's transitioning from this horizontal into a large angled oval, I guess? It's kind of weird. It's like horizontal and then halfway through turns angled. We'll feel that one out. Is a tricky one. You felt like I saw it in signature writing. You probably did. We've definitely done E's. We haven't had one that starts with this little curly bit. We've done ones that start with the daggers. But we've definitely done ones that continue over this way. Sometimes they went under, or sometimes they went into something else. But we have had ones that go this way. I think we've had ones that go this way into other letters, maybe? I can't remember. But we've definitely traveled over to the left from the exit of the E before. At some point. If my memory was better than it was, I would remember when. But I do not. Real quick because I stopped to talk. What are you up to today, Fozzie? Is it, you got a gym? Are you in a gym? Or are you in a studio for ballet or a gym for gymnastics? Or are you hanging out at home? What goes on today in your world? Oh, speaking of your world, Fozzie, Lurker James is in the Philippines. I don't know if he's still here lurking, but if you are, hello Lurker James again. But he's in the Philippines right now. Oh, no more ballet classes right now. Is that Christmas break? I don't assume he changed the position of his hand. I don't imagine. Could have, but I don't think so. Alright. Let's map out where this E is going. So we have top. has to be approximately the same length to the left as our large oval. Could go a little farther left, but not much. And this goes farther left than that oval. To come around and finish out that way. That's gonna be okay. I think my biggest hookup is gonna be having this last little bit touch here. I think having those too close together feels like what my arm's gonna want to do naturally. Coming down this far is gonna be weird. Unless I make it, well, probably will have to make it a little smaller than this. And actually think of going lower on that end part. The movement itself doesn't feel too crazy, though. Oh. Elves that poof all clutter and craziness from a house would be, well, I guess they can't poof it all because a lot of the craziness I need. I just need elves to come and make it not crazy. I need them to come and organize and build a shelf and paint a wall and paint some pipe and build a desk. That's what I need elves to do. And do my taxes. All those things. The to-do list is out of control, my friends. Oh, forgot where I was going already. Making this a little too angled, but oh, weird. Why am I taking that so far to the left? Yikes. I quite enjoyed the video of Manu controlling the shopping cart the other day, Fozzie. I have to say, that was very adorable. Him not wanting help at all from his big sister. Did I do that right? It doesn't look very good, but that's the right idea. Ooh, it's kind of hard to get in one stroke. The shape, oh, I guess. You could draw that in, but I like the idea of it. That's better. Gotta make the sound effect. Very important. If you don't make the sound effect, it's never gonna work. I think that's a good way to do it, Peter. I mean, nothing against doing it the other way, I guess, but I know I was reading not an article, but it was basically a chat, comment thread on like a Facebook post or something the other day about parents that were mad that other people's kids believed in Santa, and that those kids are learning that parents lie to them and stuff. I'm like, man, I don't remember feeling that way. Christmas can be very magical, and kids can know it's not real, and it can still be magical. It can be pretend. There's nothing wrong with pretend. It's fun and whimsical. And dare I say, just a bit of silliness, really. Okay. Why? I need to bring this lower. What's the halfway point? Yeah, I gotta bring it down lower. The whole thing feels very squished. And very squished horizontally, but also maybe too tall? Maybe. Maybe. Okay, so it's the same issue I have with the capital C that I normally do, going from this horizontal oval into this larger oval. Let's see how I cut that corner. I gotta drop down to get a nice transition, lower transition. Okay, we can do that. I think. This song's groovy. If my writing's ever bad, I'll just blame it on the fact that there was music playing and I couldn't not move to it. Forgot to shade over here. Whoops. Jeez, that shade goes from like right here all the way to down here. That's a huge shade. Yep, parents do that. It's a step in the right direction. We're not there yet, but it's a step in the right direction. Still gotta get this lower there. And have this more, a little full. Not cut that corner quite so much so this isn't pointy up here. Yeah, that's what we need. See, that's dangerous. That's something it's dangerous, because if the parent is into that, then they could be very happy you did it. But you could also, I could see some parents being pretty unhappy with a stranger doing that for whatever reason. I don't think they should be unhappy, but I could I could just see there'd be some people unhappy with that, unfortunately. It's dangerous. Nope. Okay, it's the downward motion that I have to start that last thing on. Whoop. Instead of finishing this oval. That's what I was talking about earlier, about sort of when you think about each bit. Because this is a horizontal oval, so my natural instinct is to come around here and go and to finish that horizontal oval like I would a entry oval or something, just that shape. But when I do that, it makes me want to either stop, or that's been the focus and I don't have any follow through or transition out of it. I think I have to go from here and go whoop. So it's more like whoop. It has to start sort of here going. That's more important than that is. I think, if that makes any sense at all. That's how I think about movement. It's sort of similar to how I would think about, there's something in my back pocket? No. How I would think about like weight transfer in dance. Similar type of thing. Thinking about where to put your weight and where to start your momentum so that you can flow from piece to piece. Forgot to shade, but yep, that's the first one that went down low enough. But I did forget to shade it. The children of the court. Dang, that's hardcore. I saw one parent do something pretty clever with the Elf on a Shelf thing. So the parent didn't want to deal with Elf on a Shelf. They didn't want to deal with like having the kids looking for it every morning, having to come up with ideas, having to clean up after it, so on and so forth. So the parent made up the story. I'm not going to get this verbatim, but it was something to the effect of the parent told the kid that Elf on a Shelf only checks up on kids who are potentially like on the naughty list or have done things in the past that are naughty or something. So that's why the elf checks, and that's why it's like keeping an eye on them to make sure they're doing good. But then, so the kid like asks, like, why isn't he checking up on me? Like, he's never here. And then the parent's answer to that is, well, you've been good, I guess. You haven't done anything. We've never seen the Elf on a Shelf. So he must have never even seen a reason to come here. Essentially telling her son or daughter that they are little angels and they're perfect. But then it kind of has an interesting end, is where the kid believes that. But then when they see other kids at school or friends of theirs talking about the Elf on a Shelf at their house, the little kid's like, oh, they must have been bad if the Elf on the Shelf is checking up on them. Good thing it doesn't come to my house. I've been so good. So it gets the same sort of reaction or the same effect as having an Elf on the Shelf and telling it it's keeping an eye on you. But instead, the kid is trying to make it so the Elf on the Shelf doesn't have to come to their house at all. It's interesting. It's the first time I've sort of heard that flipping the tables. I don't exactly know, Fozzie, but I believe it's like you have this elf, and then it's one of Santa's helpers that is keeping an eye on the children to make sure they're being good. So it's like reporting back if it's a good little boy or a bad little boy. But then the elf is also like mischievous. I don't know where that whole story comes in. So the parents that do it, it's less about Santa and all that and more about just creating little fun scenarios. So then the kids end up just like looking for it to see what it's up to today. At least that's what I like about it. It's just this little creative little creature. Yeah, or the Grinch. This is true. That's possible. Ideally, the kid doesn't think that, Fozzie, but you have a good point. That's possible. But then the parent would have no choice but to get an elf on the shelf. They're like, oh, you must have done something. And then maybe they'd go back to good again. I don't know. Kid psychology. Oh, I did this. I put the emphasis in the wrong space. Turned out okay. That's true. That's very true, Fozzie. Forgot to shade. Come on, Mike. Don't forget to shade the letter. That's what we want. That's a little better. Not the smoothest exit, but the rest I'm into. Yeah, I mean, it's easy being the aunt or the uncle that just gets to create the mischief or the fun. True. I've never created Elf on the Shelf scenarios, but I enjoy seeing some of the things parents come up with. Some of them are very clever. Getting there. That was the smoothest exit from the E we've had so far, I think. Didn't shade at all. Well, that tells you your kids were being horrible, but they have good hearts, I guess. That's good. That's an okay backfire to have, I guess, except didn't get the outcome you were hoping for, I suppose. Darn appreciative little kids. Still need to get a little bit more body on that side. A little more body. It's been a while since we've gone through like alphabets of other penmen since we did that series. Forgot how long it takes to sort of work all these out. This might have to be a 2-week scenario. Oh, how close are we to Christmas next week? Do we still have a stream next week? Am I still here? What day of the month is next week? Oh, come on! Everything was going so good. Till that pointy top. 19th. Oh, yep. We'll be here. So long as life doesn't explode. There might not be anything behind me. Oh no, we'll see what I get done this week. Ah, that's a good point, Fozzie. Now you know one present is all it takes. Just one little present. I did it again. I gotta go. So on this one, I gotta get that, and then I gotta go up. Up. Go up. Gotta go up. Oh, the E. And the shade is so good, it's just that transition point is ugly. But the E, if you just ignore that top corner, everything looks really good. That shade's huge. Now if we can just smooth out that transition, we'll be laughing. Why can't I messed it up? I went through it, so why can't I just have that be smooth? Having stress. Stress. Why stress? There's not supposed to be stress. Ish. Didn't feel as smooth. Brian was here. You still here, Brian? Brian was lurking today. Studying. What is Sisig? Did I have... What is Sisig, Fuzzy? Or James? Did I have that when I was in the Philippines? That was a good one. I feel like when I was in the Philippines, I ate so much, but there's a part of my brain that just feel like I was sustained by bubble tea the entire time I was there. Oh, the crunchy skin. Yes, I did have that. I think I had that in Boracay as well. I think. Not bad, not bad. Nope, not that one. Hello, Jan. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Nope. Where can you get these letters to practice? We were talking about that earlier. Annie can't remember exactly where she found them on the IAMPATH website, and I can't remember exactly where they are. They're in one of the scrapbooks, but if you're on the Discord, Annie did post them recently in the Ornamental Penmanship chat thread or channel of the Discord in the Create Room, so you can find them there if you would like, but I can't remember exactly where they are on the IAMPATH website, but they are there somewhere. I can't see a link. Did you post a link? Sure, James, you forgot. Ooh, That's a pretty good one. A little bigger on the bottom than the top, but the flow is good. That's the smooth transition I want there. His is a little lower here, but I'm not gonna complain. I guess, wait. I could potentially post the link, I suppose. If I opened Discord and shared it in the chat, I think I can post links, maybe. Yeah, it's there in the Discord chat if anybody wants to see the letters. I'll post the link in the description of this video after, so any of you who might be watching this not live, if I remember, I'll post the link there so you can find it. Should have done that before, but I wasn't thinking. Accidentally added a shade there and it threw me off. Okay, let's do 1 or 2 more E's and then we'll move on to F. Not too bad. Cut off the top a little bit there, but could be worse. That was the best shades of the bunch. That one right there, but that had a messed up transition. The best one of the whole bunch is probably that one, I assume. Looks pretty smooth. All right, moving on to the capital F, which has a fun little like compound curvy stroke in it. This one will be a bit of a challenge. I think we see this on the exit stroke of a lot of signatures. Exit stroke of the last name quite often. So we have a really fat stem shade, super just a smooth compound curve on the left, and then way asymmetrical fat stem shade, a line, and then touching that stem, we have this little rapid compound curve into this lower right big shade on that angled oval. It's almost a horizontal oval, but we're hitting this shade on the angle to come around. Ooh, that's, I guarantee I'm gonna have trouble getting this parallel line, because I'm gonna get this second line too close to this first line, probably. Gotta make sure I remember to go up and out of the way. That's an interesting F. Interesting, interesting. We'll see how it goes. It is. I agree, Ava. It might be really easy to make. We'll see. I'm anticipating that lower right shade to be very difficult for me. But I have been wrong in the past, so maybe I will be wrong again. We'll see. That stem shade is fat, though. That's a challenge all on its own. Lurker James was in hibernate mode for a while. Not in his penmanship world. But he's here, so maybe that means that time is coming to a close and he's coming out of hibernation. Perhaps. We can hope. Okay, that's not nearly as fat as his, but we're going to keep going just to get this mapped out anyways. A straight line, then really close. Goes over there. Oh, how far? That's such a weird stroke. Has to go up quick enough that it's rounded. on this side. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Relaxing on the beach. I'm jealous. I will live vicarious through you, Lurker James, vicariously through you. Do some sand penmanship for us while you're on the beach. Okay, so that's the idea. Not mad at all of this. Got relatively decent on the parallel line there. Compound curve worked. Shade's not... Shade could start a bit lower. The biggest thing is this transition here. Getting that smoother. I go a little bit too far to the left after that shade. I gotta make sure I remember to shade it up to start traveling up right about there. Whew. I'm gonna make it a little bit smaller as well. It's quite large. It's hardly even been winter in Canada yet. It's been way too mild to call it winter. It's been very, very relaxed here. Cool. A little too, cut that off a little too quick. Whoops. Yep, that'll happen. Pools of ink, pools of ink. Define mild? No, 40 Fahrenheit is very cold. I guess what has it been? What is like, what temperature is it right now? It's nighttime now, and it is... It's 4 degrees Celsius. I'll let somebody in the chat do the conversion of what that is in Fahrenheit. Is that close to 40? Well, yeah, 39.2. Okay, so yeah, 40. Close to 40. Tough life, Fozzie, tough life. Although, I would hate doing penmanship when it was super humid. That would be tough. But engraving, minus the erasing of guidelines or of yeah, it's not 40 in my apartment. Like, it's not 40 indoors. My indoors temperature is the same as it was when I was in Los Angeles. Oof, ugly shade. His cross point is like right here somehow. How? I guess this has to travel much farther to the right. So then when it comes around, it's here. So then this travels more to the right and comes around right here. Okay. Well, that explains how. Solved that mystery. Now can we do it? The big question. Oh, come on, Shade. That was not a bad one. My cross point was below the baseline, so that's not what I want. Ha, you're the only one that's not used to it, James. I guess. You've acclimated to Vegas. I mean, Vegas is pretty hot, but it's not as humid, I guess. Desert. Whoops. Compound curve. So what I thought was going to be trouble, getting that parallel line, not trouble at all. But this shade is definitely trouble. And I did, again, too far to the left here. Okay. Whoops. Habit, putting that tick on the end. Oopsies. It's hard to make the F not huge. Humidity when it's hot drives me nuts. I have trouble when it's humid. Ooh, that's a good question. If I could download only one penmanship PDF for a 14-hour flight, which would it be? If I were you, my initial thought is, well, 14-hour flight, I would want to download something that was not as familiar to me. So like Iampith scrapbooks, I've looked at them all 100 times. They've lived on my phone for years. So my initial thought is something from the New York Public Library collection, from that half of the Healy collection, or something from the Scranton Museum that we digitized, or that we just took photos of this past summer. But it's 14 hours, so I have a long time. I would say either... I can't narrow it down between... It would be one of the three books that we took photos at of Scranton, I think. The Mataraz book. Not the Mataraz book, but the scrapbook they have of Mataraz's work. Or actually, there's even... There's the Iampith's Mataraz scans, but that's not a... It's not a PDF that's available yet, so... That's... I would say, yeah, the Mataraz one from Scranton, or the J.E. Sewell scrapbook from Scranton, just because of it has so many Spencer pieces in it, and some older penmen that I'm not used to seeing. Or there was also that book of Zahner and Blozer's, it looked like just practice of theirs. It looks like loose leaf that they had bound into a book to make like into a hardcover book. That one probably. That one or Mataraz. I'll take out Sewell, because I've looked at that one a number of times as well now. Mataraz's or the Zahner Blozer one. I can't decide. the images I have from the Zaner Bloser one aren't very good, so that's one of the ones that it's one of the ones I want digitized the most. But yeah, one of those two. The Zaner Bloser one doesn't exist anywhere where someone can download it, I don't think, though. Unless Gray might have taken photos of it. I can't remember. I haven't finished putting that PDF together. But the Mataraz one is on my website. So if you're looking for something on your way home, if that's your reason for answering the question, I would get the Mataraz scrapbook from the New York or from the Scranton collection to take a gander at. I gotta drop the F lower below the baseline. This bit. I think that might be helpful. Maybe. Having quite a bit of trouble with this one. It doesn't feel comfortable at all. Oh, dropping low is very helpful. I don't have this oval is very asymmetrical. I need to get it going down this direction first. But lower was the solution I needed. That makes sense. Comes a point in every penman's journey when you know what you want to create, and for some reason or another your hand just won't create it. And you don't know why. And it is frustrating if you let yourself get focused too much on that. How do they not have... This shape is so hard. I gotta do just that shape. It's so hard. For me, anyways. That's the one. That's the right shape. It actually looks like an oval. It goes down enough. So weird. It feels very unnatural. Feels weird. That's not a song. Little upbeat ditty. Use the back side of this paper. Yeah, why not? Okay, capital F. That's the shape. Feels so weird. Feels like borderline wrong. It's not wrong, because it's creating the right shape. I won't say exact right shape, but it's creating the right shape, but it feels wrong. Nice to catch you, James. Enjoy the beach. Thanks for popping in. Have a good rest of your trip. We'll maybe see you next week. Yeah, that has to go. Oh. Weird. All right, Peter, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out with us this evening. We'll see you soon. I feel I've met my match 100% with this letter. It's driving me nuts here. What the heck? Okay. Now the shape has gone out the window. The rest of this one was right. Oh, everybody's leaving. So long, Fuzzy. Enjoy doing Hero's hair. Say hello to the family for me. Oh yeah, Marilyn, it's close. It's your bedtime already. Okay. I think I'm gonna forget about putting that cross point up here. It's just not happening right now, but that's okay. That one came out surprisingly alright. Came out alright. Maybe another line of F and then we'll move on, because this one's a doozy. Forgot where I was going. Okay. The shape's not bad. And that's how this second one crosses in the right spot. Okay. There we go. Got the shade a better now. That loop just needs to be farther to the right. And it should fix the issue we're having, I think. Hey, that crossed in the right spot. This went a little too far to the right, but that's okay. That's okay. We learning. Everything down here was good. Shade was a little wonky, I guess. But not bad. It's been worse. I gotta do a slow dip for this stem shade. If I go too fast, I get too much of a blob with too much ink. Not a lot of great flow on that one. Okay, last F and then we move on. I like this song. Didn't go low enough here. But where was that one that came out? That one was pretty decent. That one was also pretty decent. We're gonna call it good enough for the F. Perfect? Nope, but decent. What fun is perfect? And we have nothing to work on. Alright, G. Shaded little loop, larger loop. Coming up not high. And then we have our asymmetrical shade on the stem. So we got the bubble going, or the bead, the bubble going out to the right. Then our exit, and then a large. That shade should at least feel like an indirect oval stem shade for like a Z or something. So that should feel okay. Just a matter of placing it in the right spot is gonna be the tricky bit. But away we go. I like this song too. No shades first. Ooh, we gotta position our elbow so we can get. I'll probably lift there to reposition my elbow. It's gonna be getting this far enough this way is gonna be the tricky part for me. Cutting that in. So this is really low. Okay. Okay. I mean, it's not perfect, but I'm not mad at that at all. I gave little asymmetrical on this. It's not quite as, I guess, because he tucks this in closer. Tucks closer in here, so that then this can go bigger to be rounder up at the top. It looks like, whether that was intentional or not, who knows. And then his shade on his descender is a little shorter and snappier than mine. So we'll work on that. Again, asymmetrical shade there, but the rest I'm not mad at. Shade got a little shorter, a little snappier. All right, Marilyn, good night. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you next week. Yeah, definitely gotta make a two-parter. I'll have to do this one again next week, I think. Maybe even 3. Unless I go really fast next week. We'll see. Oops. That upper loop round is tough. Gotta make sure I bring this lower. Okay. Oh! I ran out of ink, but that was the idea. Still a little asymmetrical. I gotta start my shade a little sooner. I'm not good at doing I've trained stem shades so much that my hand doesn't want to do symmetrical oval shades anymore. To my chagrin sometimes. I mean, that's the idea. It's not a very smooth shade, but kind of finishes on the almost going up at the end there. Reverse of what the A and the C had. We're gonna skip an extra line down now. I think that we're into descenders. Take up a little more space. On the page. Ooh, no. These have to be the same height. Try that again. Try that again. Come on. Don't do that to me. I should have looked at my breather. It would have told me that was gonna happen. Follow my own advice. one. Okay. I feel like that first stroke isn't the challenging bit. Now it's getting the placement on this one. Close. Oh, I like this G. It's kind of weird. I feel like people would have trouble reading it because there's a lot going on with that exit shade. It'd be great for, well, like for my last name, for example. Or for my, not my last name, but for my, if I could think of a cool M to come before this G. The G into the W could be quite nice. They don't share a baseline, but that's all right. Who needs a baseline anyways? All right, let's do a couple more, then we'll move on to H, I think. This G isn't too mind-boggling. Yeah, it works. GW. I liked that song. One more G for good measure. Took it a little far to the left there. Not the cleanest one. That's probably the best one of the bunch, I would assume. So now we'll move on. What do we got next? H. Horizontal entry oval. Slight accent shade on the stem. Compound curve up. H. Beginning. This whole thing is pretty standard. Then it's just remember to go over. Get this shade up on top. We're basically, if we took away the first half, we're just recreating what we did up here for this C. Which we had trouble with, so see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. So I normally wouldn't stop there, but I'm stopping so I can think where it's going. Just has to go up and over. Where does it cross? This is right through here. And it finishes on the upstroke. The shade on that top corner. So we gotta position our elbow over our forearm so we can do the whole thing without having to move. It's a bit of a reach. Yeah. Okay. That's the idea. Now we just have to shorten this up a little bit. Keep that bit round. And we're golden. We'll keep the shade high on the C. Manageable. I think everybody in the chat has gone to bed. Anybody still out there? I'm guessing. Who am I guessing is still here? Skeet is here, either practicing. Ojaswini is here somewhere, doing something. Because if I ended the stream right now, she would come out and complain. Who else might still be here? I don't know. I don't know. I figured you were still around somewhere. Oversee. Oh, construction work. Right. That makes sense. The idea. Bit of that angle that we gotta fix. Keep this shade a little bit. I mean, even if the shade goes bigger to the left, that would fix it. We have those slight 2 different angles on the C, and the top one just slightly. If there's not that many ads, if the lives or if the ads would let you, there's not that many. I think there's only been what, 2 so far? They can't be that prohibitive. Stopped at the top, which was weird. Yep, I figured Skeet was still here. If you don't skip, I guess, yeah. Some of the ads can be a little long, I would assume. Stop doing that. Why is my nib doing it? I didn't stop and talk a lot there. That should have been a full nib. Curious. 3 or 4? Really? Oh. It tells me when they're coming, but I thought I only saw 2. I don't pay attention. Or I don't look every time. I guess I probably don't see the warning. I think what I probably should do, or when ads come, what do gamers do? I guess they place their ads at specific spots. So when the ads are coming, they stop, and I could just have a moment and chat for those that are still here, but I could sort of pause the flow of the stream for when ads come, I guess. Yeah, it's a little too far to the left, or to the right. Shorten that just a bit, and we'll be in good shape. Just as a heads up for anybody who's trying to practice these or doing these, I want to tell you something that I'm doing really quick with my forearm. You noticed when I was doing this first one, I was sort of analyzing where the reach was. And this large oval is very tough to get that nice, smooth, larger oval if you're reaching, but a horizontal entry oval is a stroke that I do much more often, so it's a lot more comfortable. So for me, I place my forearm down where I want the large oval to be, and then I pull over to the left without moving my forearm. I roll over to the left, so I'm reaching. I get to the point where I'm reaching for the stem. So the stem, I can feel the edge of my movement. So then when I go back, ideally I'm in a smooth central position for the large bowl. If I just sit down and do the entry, by the time I get to the large bowl, I'll be reaching when I hit the lower right portion, and that's where I'll hit the edge of my movement and I'll lose the flow of that larger oval that needs to be smoother than the entry oval needs to be. So always set your elbow for where you need the most movement and where you need your fluidity to be the most. I would recommend forgot to shade it. I think the ads are just placed randomly. I think I could potentially decide where they go. I could look into that. I can maybe set them to go at specific like intervals or something, but I think it just happens somewhat random, or just evenly from time to time, once every so often, I guess. I don't know. That's the idea. Didn't go quite far enough to the left, but I wonder if Lurker Leon's here. Shout out to Lurker Leon, if he's here. Oh, and just as I say that, the ads will run shortly for some viewers, is what it's now telling me. In 45 seconds, there will be an ad. Oh, not smooth, large. The rest were good. A couple more H's, then I'm moving on. I don't find this H as fun. And the hard part we did with the C already. That's the idea. Yeah, we'll end there. That's the best H we've done so far. Sweet. Oh, now we move on to, we got a bit of a twister. We got the capital I. Starting here, going nice and curvy up. Sharp transition to come down. Stem. So asymmetrical stem. Shade the inner loop. Shade the outer loop. Up and over. Shouldn't be that hard, I don't think. Lurker Leon is always there in my imagination. I imagine Lurker Leon is here every single Tuesday. Whether he's here or not. He's probably not here, not even close to every Tuesday. But in my brain, he's one of those concurrent viewers that I see every time. Okay, oofty. So what kind of a size do I have to go to make this work? Oh no, the first one is in here. Okay, so getting far enough up and to the left is going to be a struggle. I know that because it always is for me. So I can't make the letters too big that I can't reach. Gotta make sure. Killing my own habit of doing that first from the stem going around. It's gonna take some doing. Oh, there's somebody yelling in my back alley. Hopefully you guys can't hear that. Fingers crossed. Itchy. Okay. Okay. What do we got for shades here? Okay. Decent enough. Now we just gotta get those parallel lines a lot smoother. Namely that one. I've got to fully transition here to horizontal. Yeah, okay. Forgot to shade the bottom one. Oh, that bottom one is weird to shade. Gotta make sure I take that big enough that it's actually a bigger shade than the first one. Gotta take it left. Gotta do it. So hard to make those even parallel lines when you're doing spirals, like if you get small to big. Well, that's not a very good example, but it's much easier to keep even sort of size. But when you change from the middle one to the smaller one to the bigger one, following those lines is much more difficult. Ooh, so that's gotta be that oil from the palm of my hand when we were at the top of the page. So this paper is a little absorbent by the looks of things. Is that gonna be an issue if I try to write on that? How does it write when your hand's been on it? Rhodia doesn't handle that part very well. How does this one do? Yeah, hairlines go away. Okay. Keep that in mind. It's absorbent paper. Tricky. Okay, those are the best shades I've done so far for this one. But the eye isn't the greatest shape. So let's fix that. Shall we? Ish. Need to go bigger on the first one, and I'm still not getting higher on the left side, lower on the right side, so it's horizontal. That's what it needs to do. It's a little better. Pulled some ink on one of those transitions, but that's okay. Again. Lost the hairlines on this side because of hand oil, but the whole thing is feeling better. Bit by bit, we chip away at it. Smooth that one. Get those ovals horizontal. It's the stem coming out of the eye needs to be horizontal. That's the purpose. Need to get that horizontal. Forgot to shade. But yeah, this crazy weird shape that happens every time in this oval. Bad habits coming into play. Ooh, I know this Christmas song. That's better. Better, better, better. Last one was no good. That's the best one so far of this bunch. Can we do one more line of these on this page? Maybe? Without the paper moving too much? Well, that's not a sound like there anymore. Okay. But these are still on. That's interesting. Will they do it themselves here? We're gonna change the music. Christmas vibe is over. This vibe. Wait. Come on. There we go. This sounds like what we need. What's going on with the lights, though? They're not doing their thing. Lights change now. They didn't change. I had to do it manually. Let's go. Hiya. here. Oh! The Lego is glowing. The Lego pylon never glows. That's fun. Right on. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, well, everybody, welcome to Blacklight Live. Turn off my ink stir and cover this jar so I don't spill ink all over my home like I have done in the past. Ooh, the face cam looks good today. If anybody's here and confused what's going on, well, this is Blacklight Live. And that means it's party time with pen and ink. What? Why is this song so chill? Chill is not what we're supposed to have during Blacklight Live. Oh, maybe it's not going to be so chill all of a sudden. Party time! But it's a little tough to see. What if we do that? How's that look? That's visible. I think we're gonna stay blue. We haven't done a blue Blacklight Live in a while. This paper works pretty good for Blacklight Live. Looks like I'm writing on black paper. That's dope. Wait, what does the filter look like if I do that? Oh, should we do that instead? Maybe that. I mean, that looks pretty cool. Yeah, we're gonna do that because I like the color. This is way better than the other paper. This looks dope. Okay, we're gonna move on from the I into the capital J. We're gonna continue with our challenge here. Whoa! Sorry, that's really bright. Our J, starting with a compound curve, oval, up into the J, giant descender shade, and then looping just around to get that lower left shade. That'll be easier coming out of the J than it will most of the other letters so far, I think. Up and around to finish just like, well, no real letters, I guess, yet finished up that way. Same shape as the E, but go in the opposite direction. That's really bright. Sorry for blinding you all. Ooh, my fingernails glow. I mean, the Blacklight Live is fun. I'm very, very glad that this paper works good for Blacklight Live. This makes me very happy. But I'm curious, which do you guys prefer? The purple and pink and a little bit of teal, or just the standard blue? What's your flavor? I forgot what I was doing. Oops. Gotta do the J. Okay, I was doing the right thing. Oh, I just brought my descender too low because this has to go up and around here. And then go all the way up and oh, okay, we gotta make the whole letter smaller. That's huge. Purple? All right. Then purple we shall stay. Let's make this whole thing a little smaller. I can no longer see the lines on the paper. So we're feeling it out. Again, made it too small. And this, look at this weird shape. That's that same thing from that F that we did earlier today. Gotta make sure I go down in that corner. That's the idea. Okay. Whoa! Is this Richard Vere? I owe you a massive apology, Mr. Vere. Your blotter, I should let you know right now, is finished. And it will hopefully go in the mail tomorrow. Fingers crossed. It is done. It is right over there. I could show it to you if you want, or we could keep it a surprise. It's up to you. If you are who I think you are, but I'm pretty sure you are who I think you are. Very nice to have you here for a stream. And you caught one of the Blacklight live streams as well, which is always exciting. They're a little bit rarer. Keep it a surprise, you got it. Yeah, tomorrow morning I gotta take some good photos of it and then get it boxed up and sent to you. I do apologize for the delay. But it is done. Alright, let's knock out this J here. Whoops. Whoa. It's so big. That's better. Ah, Annie's back. Welcome back, Annie. No need to apologize. What letters did you miss? We're on J currently. I forgot how long it takes me to get through these alphabets when I do these types of challenges. Okay. I gotta fix that shape for one. I guess I could turn the music up for late night. Is that something? You guys tell me if that's a bad idea. But since it's... we can turn the music up a little bit. Was that a bad idea? You guys let me know. If you don't want it louder, I'll just turn it louder in my ears. That's a good one. Ooh, that's the best one yet. J's pretty chill, other than I need to get better at making this shape a little bit nicer, but... Cool. And then not giving up on the way here, so that actually finishes. Oof. Okay. Is this gonna break the 6-hour record? No, definitely not. This is only 3 hours so far. If we're midnight, yeah, we start at 9. Yeah, we're just at 3 hours. Tonight, I guarantee you, we won't break the 6-hour record. I think the only time we'll break that record is if I do something. That was Little Red Riding Hood, right? If I write a story, something like Little Red Riding Hood again, which I'm down to do in the new year. Maybe in like February, we could schedule a stream that is determined or is gonna push for the record. We'll see. What I might do though, if I'm gonna do that, I might start it a little bit earlier. Let's move on from the J to our next letter here. What do we got? Sorry to everybody in advance. Squint your eyes. It's gonna get really bright. Super bright. K. Okay, so we have a standard stem, super fat asymmetrical stem, compound curve and a hairline, little loop. I can't tell with this scan if it goes over both of these. I don't think it does. I think it's a tiny loop that sits on the right side, shade on the bottom, up and over, so it finishes the same way like the A and the C did out of that K. Okay. The drunk mermaid bum. It's a cool, like, purple pinky. Oh, we got an ad coming in 10 seconds. Apparently. Okay, okay. Forgot to shade the top, but I think I gotta reposition my forearm after this compound curve stroke, and then do this last one separately maybe. And not forget to shade that top bit. That we can do, I think. I would call it accomplishable. I wish I could see my face or my guidelines. Just so I know I'm keeping everything straight. Huge fan of that one. My stems aren't nearly as short or fat as his, but I'm not gonna worry about that too much. Okay, what's happening? Okay. Energy's going up into that instead of around. Around. So that'll pick up this corner and flow better into there. Okay. Lost my hairline there, but that's the idea. Yeah, so this is it's a print from either the Business Educator or the Western Penman, one of the publications. It's by F.B.Courtney, Francis B. Courtney, otherwise also known as the Pen Wizard. This was one Annie, who's in the chat now, posted it on our Discord this week, or last week, I guess, on Sunday. Was that this past Sunday? Just a couple days ago, yeah. Posted there because it came up in a video discussion on the Discord. If you're not a member of the Discord and you want to jump on there, that's Annie posted it there, so you could see it there as well. It is available on the IAMPETH website, but I can't remember exactly where on that website it is. But if you want to find it, it is in the chat, in the Ornamental Penmanship chat channel on my Discord. Also known as the Create Trio. Oh, I forgot to shave. Why do I keep losing my hairline in that? Oh, the ink looks so cool when it's wet. It dries and it turns more of just a monotone pink. Like, remember what that party time looked like when I first wrote it? It looked like that. With the like teal. And the teal just turns to pink as it dries. That's kind of fun. Kind of fun. There we go, asymmetrical short shade. Done. Accomplished. Not the smoothest flow coming out of the cable. Let's see if we can smooth that out a little bit. Coming out of that shade. I gotta get a feel for coming out of that shade. That's what we want. That's what we want. How hard could that be? Ugly shade, but that's okay. No shade in the top left. But the shape was what we wanted. Here we go. Get the shade. Awesome. Thanks for joining and saying hi, man. I appreciate it. Have fun at work. We'll see you on the Discord. That's what we want. That's the ticket. Nice. See if we can do that again. 2 to make it true. What do they say? Don't practice till you can get it right. Practice till you can't get it wrong. Wouldn't that be nice? Eh. What a great flow coming out of the cave. Whoa, weird step. Funky flow. 2 or 3 more Ks and then we'll move on to the L, I think. Ugly. Thinking too much. Gotta relax. The idea. There we got 2 top and bottom, the 2 best ones of the session for the Ks. That one and that one. Give them both a happy face. Sweet. Clean the nib and then move on to the capital L. Giving everybody plenty of warning. The screen is about to get really, really bright, so I apologize. Squint or close your eyes. Oh, I can see it in the face cam. Look, it's just it's like neon paper. Okay, moving on to L. Oh, jeez, that's bright. Man, it's bright in my face too. So, our first entry oval that has a shade this time, horizontal entry oval into a standard L, into a large horizontal oval. It's gonna be hard for me to not put that shade right on the very top. I push it to the left, which admittedly I find a little weird, but it's what he did, so it's what we're gonna do as well. Okay, if your eyes were closed, you can open them again. Oh, and my dice glow as well. Whoa, that looks dope. It looks way cooler on camera than it does in real life. I mean, it looks cool in real life, but on camera, it's way cool. What else glows in here? I don't know why Blacklight. I haven't done a Blacklight Live in a while. This feels like a whole new experience today. How about these dice? I'm gonna put them in wet ink. Oh, they look so dope. No new light for my face cam. I don't know why my face cam is better. It's the same as it always has been. The only issue with this setup currently, and it will be fixed as soon as I have the new desk set up, is there's where the light is, where I have to have the light. If I go up here, you can see it shadowed on my forehead. That's the pole of that all my camera and everything is attached to. So that pole gets in the way. So that's the one thing I have to fix. Oh, what's going on, Walker? I didn't know you were still here, that you were riding along with us. Dope. Let's get back to it. do the capital L. Here we go. I want to see. We're going to look at Walker's K. Looks good. Cambridge. Nice. Thanks for joining in, Walker. Oh, done with your college final. Congratulations on being finished. How are you going to celebrate? Are you celebrating? I'm assuming yes. Alright, capital L. Horizontal entry with a shade on top. I can cheat and lift there if I want to. I probably won't do the whole thing in one stroke. Though you could. Ugh, yeah, that big oval's gonna mess me up, I can tell. It's funny, if I do the L in one stroke, I bet you that oval would be easier. But the L won't. I'll have trouble getting the structure right, maybe. That sounds like a good time to me. Well, congratulations to you, dude. That's exciting. Yep. I get better flow if I do the whole thing. And I got the shade on the side, just my shades are tiny, but... It's just, yeah, I think the only issue with the L for me is just getting the smoothness of that large oval. The larger the oval gets, when I'm not using, like, to do an oval that size, I would want to do, like, whole arm, I think, normally, but we'll see. See if we can get these shades a little bigger. I mean, that's bigger, but I did exactly what I said I was gonna do, and I put that shade pretty much right in the middle, not to the left, which I personally like, but it's not what he did. Oh, I got my fingers inky at some point. I don't remember when. I touched some wet ink in here somewhere. Oh well. Let's try again. Let's try to force that shade. We also got to keep this same. I gotta drop this lower. Okay. Can do. Haha. Don't we all, Annie? Don't we all? I have so many questions for all of them. I made that thing a little too big. Let's try that again. Wait, can we do one over here? The idea, but too far to the left. We need this to cut in closer. So I'm making it bigger than it has to be. That's what we want. Okay. I get so paranoid that I'm not going to go far enough that I go too far. Oh, it would be nice, yeah, to pick all of their brains, to get their little... all their little tips, their pro tips that they didn't put in their books. You guarantee they had some. Guaranteed. The idea? Lost a little bit of smoothness on this left side. But I remembered to cut it off soon enough, so that's a win. That's the idea. I'm very happy with that one. It's very smooth. And the shade is on the left. It is a little too far to the left, but I'm not gonna complain. I'm just gonna give that one a happy face already, because I'm happy with it. Now, just like the K, see, 2 to make it true. Can we do it again, or was it a fluke? Oof. Ugly L. Not a good oval up there. Oh, this song's got a build up. Boom. Not the biggest shade over there, but happy with both of those. Yeah, let's move on, shall we? What do we got next? Uh-oh, M. I have a feeling that M is going to feel like a little bit of a struggle bus. Actually, since I can't see my lines anyways, we'll do this on blank paper, not lined paper. Are there any plants in nature that glow in black light? Is that a thing? I know it's a thing in the movie Avatar. But are there any plants that glow under black light? I know there are creatures that do. For some reason, scorpions glow under black light. But I wonder if there's some. I thought of it because I just pulled this whole vine of Morpheus here out, and it's like, oh, it'd be so cool if Morpheus would glow. Or Neo. They're so long now. They are at least, what, 7 feet long? So long. Trinity's long too. And my Pothos is probably 15 feet long now. It needs a serious trim. Oh, mushrooms. Do mushrooms grow under black light? Did you Google that? Yep, that's what I'm Googling after the stream today. I need to find plants. I don't know that I really want to grow mushrooms. But if they glow, it might be worth it. As long as having mushrooms in my apartment don't mess up the rest of the plants in my apartment. There's a fern? Oh, this might have to happen. Okay, wait, let's look at the M real quick here. Eek, this is gonna be tough. Oh, sorry, I forgot to give you guys a warning of the brightness. Apologies. Compound curve, shade with that shade on the bottom, just like we did for the F. Oy. Shade, come around, a version of the M that I don't do very often, and then we finish it just like the L. Okay, finish should be not too bad because we're used to it because of the L. Honestly, it's just also just that variation of the M messes me up in general, so that's gonna be interesting. Okay, let's map this out first. Relatively round still. And all this stays inside. And this goes out around the whole thing. Shading on this side, following somewhat parallel. Are there too many ads? I didn't do it. I didn't change anything. Are you guys against me making money? Is that what's happening here? I mean, I don't make a ton of money, but something. So with, I guess, in regards to the little finger movement, I'm assuming you mean that, like, the pinky pivot, I guess is what people call it. I don't use that for anything. I'm not guilt tripping, but don't be mean to my ads. I don't use the pinky pivot for anything. I mean, for these, the only finger sort of movement is just a little bit of just the squeeze and a little bit of pressure in the shades. That is an ugly M. But the flow is okay. Gotta get so wide. Okay. Yeah, that's how a lot of the old penmen would teach putting the shades in. Just because if you see what happens with the pen, if I just squeeze a little bit, it goes down. So oftentimes that little squeeze is what will push the nib down, and that will give you the shade that you need. Yeah. But it's not to create the shape of the letter, it's to get the shade. That's where the finger comes in, to some form of pressure going in some direction, or some taught it as just a little bit of this, but you're not using finger movement really to create the letter form. The letter form is created with the arm. So as Walker says, yes, the structure is with your arm, and then the shades are applied with the finger. Or, I mean, there were people that also they would do the shades with the arm and not the finger, but I think that was rarer. but it also can be done that way. It takes more control. And I don't think was a way that was taught or really pushed. Okay, I need to get this first hump sharper. When you first asked about fingers, I thought you meant the that pinky pivot where the little pinky sits and you pivot around it. I thought that's what you were referring to. I said that you don't use any of that. I mean, some people might. I don't personally use any of it. You could, I guess. Okay, let's see if we can do this here. Okay, so I have to give myself way more space in here. Alright, noted. Oops. Jeez. That's all over the place. That's horrible. Okay. First and foremost, let's fix that shape. Yeah, we need... It has to, again, be way taller. So the M isn't tiny. It's a pretty small M and just a lot of stuff around it. So wait. The issue I'm doing is I bring this higher, way too high. This should also be rounder, but I bring this so high so the contrast is bad. If this is here, then this should be like here. Okay. It's very possible, and we don't know the size that these were originally made. They could have been much smaller than I have them printed, or they could have been much larger. I'm honestly not sure. But yeah, like, just as in, I mean, out of curiosity's sake, my form is all out crazy for this one, and that's just more so getting used to the shape than anything. But you could totally do this with whole arm. If I do one with whole arm here real quick. Like, form is ugly, but it's way easier to get those big ovals in nice smooth shapes with whole arm, but don't pay any attention to that shape. I need to get my brain used to where all these connections are first. It's almost like circular in there. I definitely think they're doable with forearm movement. It's just a matter of these shapes are not in my brain at all. My arm doesn't want to do them. I would prefer if they were really small, just because I prefer this. I like the way these types of things look when they're small. But if they were small, I mean, it's still possible to use whole arm, but geez, it's hard to do small stuff with the whole arm. Okay, shaping that is a little better. Take the shades out a couple times to get that shape working. Even better. Okay. Now we're talking. That's the flow we need. We can get that feeling comfortable, and all we gotta do is add shades. How hard could that be? Ooh, yeah. Went too high on that one. I mean, unless we see the original. But I would assume they were written the same size as the majority of the sort of capitals we see. The just full run, alphabet run caps. I would guess. But what I'm saying, Annie, is even the sheet that I have here, or the sheet that was printed, like, what we have was printed in a magazine. I doubt it, but each one of these capitals could be this big. You can pretty much guarantee they weren't, but we don't know. You can see a lot of movement in them, so they're not this big, but it's a guessing game. Unless we see the actual original, like the one that IAMPIT has is a clipping from the Business Educator or from the Western Penman. I'm not sure which publication it was in. But in a perfect world, we'd be able to find the original of this one, but I don't know that I've ever seen it. If it exists. No, we lost it. Because pretty much everything that was ever printed in the Business Educator, very little of it is the actual size. Some of it didn't change size a lot, but somebody would make something, they would make something 3 inches long and ask for it to be printed 2 inches long, or something that was 7 inches was printed at 6 inches, but sometimes 7 inches was printed at 4 inches. It's impossible to tell, unfortunately. You can get reasonable idea based on the size of his shades and the fact that it is, this wasn't engrossed, this wasn't slowly drawn. So by the size of his shades and the size of his hairlines, that's how I would gauge how big it was. And that would be, like, the shades he's making are a standard stem shade, like the size I have them printed on this sheet of paper, I think is pretty close to how he did them, or potentially smaller. I don't think they'd be really any bigger than what I have here. I don't imagine. But it's always possible. decent enough shape. Let's try to start adding some shades in there. In a perfect world, I would just keep doing this till it felt comfortable, but I want to do shades. It's all gonna go to heck when I do shades. Whoops. Something like that. Could be worse. I didn't miss a shade, did I? No, that's the idea. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of like Mataraz, for example, there's a reason his shades look so big. When you write small, it's a lot easier to write big shades. Harder to control the letter forms and whatnot. But if you can gain that control, your nibs don't have to flex 3 millimeters. You can do a standard shade, but on a smaller letter form, they just look huge. Which I think was their sort of like, that's why their work stands out. Because they had that control. Gosh. Hazardous to my health, these letters. Better than it was when we first started. It's coming. It's coming. I guess the N is just more of the same. Yeah, the N's pretty much the exact same. I wonder if N's were ever jealous of M's. Because M got to have 2 bumps and N only has 1. Oh, nice. Which one is it? Thank you very much. Oh, okay. Got you. Okay, so then this wasn't in the Business Educator then. Okay. I'm assuming they just printed it just for that. Maybe. Or I've never seen it in The Educator, or I'm forgetting. Which is very possible. That's not too bad. Okay. Not too shabby. Is that the book that also has Courtney's Twisters in it? I know he has another alphabet that is all twisters, and he actually calls them twisters. Ah, too big. Not smooth at the end. Oh, I think my hand touched the bottom of this page a lot. It looks oily. Not bad. No twisters there? Okay. They were in somewhere. They were also posted, printed. Oh, oil. Ah, got you. Sweet. I wish my brain would remember what was in all of the books. It would be so helpful. Ooh, that might be the best one yet. As far as the M, the outside isn't that great. But the M's pretty decent. Still too spread out. These are much closer together. Hello, Nan. Long time no see. Oh, I apologize for those of you who were complaining before. There is another ad coming. In 35 seconds. The ads are coming, the ads are coming. That's the idea. Oja Winnie is the bully of our little YouTube chat, it seems. No? Too bad. These M's aren't perfect, but they're not terrible. I'm not mad at many of them. They're not as good as I want them to be yet, but they're coming. Passable. That's getting tighter. It's getting closer. It's looking more accurate. Oh, lines. Now, Nan, I have to apologize because you just got here, but it is 1 o'clock in the morning, and I have to work tomorrow. So I need to call this stream. I need to bring this to an end, unfortunately. I have to work in the morning, and then I have to teach as well tomorrow. So it's a big day. But I'm very glad we got to do at least do N for Nan. We're gonna end at M. We're gonna finish this on this one sheet of paper, and then next week we will continue with the second half of the alphabet, starting with, we'll review, because this M isn't where I want it to be yet, so we'll review the M, which will get us in. We'll review, I guess, the flourish by starting with the N. But that was fun. I'm really glad we got to the Blacklight Live. It's been a while since we've had the blacklight turn on. I have to assess what's going on with my lights and figure out why they didn't turn themselves off at midnight like they're supposed to. I wonder if I just haven't done one in a while, so the action turned itself off. I'm curious. But we're here now. Next week will be our last stream before Christmas, and I'm gonna be probably home for the holidays, back with my family, so next week will probably be the last stream of the year, I think, because I won't be back from the holidays, from Christmas until the New Year. So next week, the last stream of 2023, and then we start in 2024, which will be ideally Mike's what did I say in the beginning? I don't remember how to word it now. My return to social media and trying to post more actively and whatnot, because it's been a while. So yeah, next week, last stream of the year, we will finish off this alphabet and whatever other shenanigans we may get up to. Thank you, as always, everybody, for hanging out with me today, this evening, this morning, whatever time it is for you. I hope that you are falling in love with this process. I hope being in these streams is helping with that, or being on the Discord. Speaking of the Discord, if you aren't a member of the Discord, dive in, join us there. You can ask questions, you can practice, you can propose challenges, jump on video calls and chat with people. It's a good time. And yeah, I hope that you are falling in love with the process. And don't forget, everybody, life should be just a bit of silliness, really. Good night.